Wait, am I doing the intro or are you doing the intro?
We don't need an intro. Actually,
Damn.
I'm gonna be doing like basically going back to semester one style with with an interval timer and Pomodoro. So I've been sitting too much, bro.
I feel you, I feel you. Luckily, I was walking around and doing Anki most of the day, so I'm fine.
No, I went for a run, but still.
Yeah, easy, easy. Luckily, the stream didn't catch me, yeah. Getting murked in pool, bro.
Yeah, 15-hour stream got cut to 12.
I know, that's crazy. Like, I'm actually pissed. Damn. I think it's because you logged. I think as soon as you logged out, the stream went down.
No, I was still on. Like it's cut from like I left almost 40 minutes after when it got cut.
That's so weird. I don't know. That's strange.
Oh, at least I haven't been off. I've basically been on the whole time then. That means.
Yeah, that's so weird. I don't know. Easy though. It's time to lock in.
Let's
Still
do it.
waiting on the bus, bro. Okay. Lock it, time, lock it. Okay, Drew, I'm gonna ask you some questions to help you remember this stuff. Are you ready?
Go.
What is a cardiac tamponade?
It's fluid between the is it the epicardium and pericardium?
Yeah, the pericardial sac. What is Beck's triad?
Backs.
Beck's triad. It's a classic triad's symptoms or signs of cardiac tamponade.
Oh, okay. Symptoms and signs. So peripheral cyanosis. Is that one of them?
Oh no,
Nah, it's got to be acute. Okay. Um, Altered consciousness.
nope.
I don't know.
Hypotension, raised jugular venous pressure, and muffled heart sounds.
Mm, okay. Hypotension. Okay, cool.
And what type of shock does it cause?
Oh, I forgot the types of shock. That's crazy. All right, hold up. I got this. So it's I don't know what the word for it is, but it's damn. I want to neurogenic,
Not even close.
but it's like you could say. Hmm, all right. If this was an MCQ, it's easy, but I'm blanking.
Okay, let me give you 4 options.
Okay.
Septic, hypovolemic, cardiac,
Yeah, there we go.
or obstructive.
Oh, it's obstructive.
It's obstructive.
Yeah.
What's used to relieve cardiac tamponade?
Mm. Are we talking pharmacologically?
No, it's a surgery.
I don't know. You poke it.
Yeah, basically, it's a pericardiocentesis.
Hmm.
Insert a needle at the fifth or sixth intercostal space near the sternum, and you direct it
Parasternal
immediately. This
left.
peristernal approach. The
Oh no, right. What is
fifth
it, right?
is the fifth, sixth intercostal space near the sternum, and you want to direct it immediately to the cardiac apex.
Oh, so left. Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully
Mm.
that helped.
Yeah. Good revision. Week 1 and 2 sorted. Don't need to look at it again. Hmm.
So my boss is here.
Oh, we got some viewers. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, how many viewers are we at though?
3.
Oh, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll give myself some on the plus.
Hey guys, it's Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine makes perfect sense. Today we have a great mnemonic about calcium. As you know, calcium is important in making bone. Muscle contraction, that's a terrible looking muscle.
Bro,
And
let me ask you another question. Are you ready for this?
bones are made of.
Yep.
Give me an example of a vaccination that does not give herd immunity.
Uh, MMR.
Nope.
Tetanus.
Yeah, you got it. Why?
Ooh. Why?
Logic it out. What's the basis of herd immunity?
Oh, it's not. It's not transmitted.
Yeah, so in order for herd immunity to work, it needs to stop what? Person-to-person transmission, correct?
Person to person. Yes.
So if something is not spread person to person, then the vaccine would not give herd immunity, and tetanus is spread through rusty nails.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why. Hopefully that
Yeah.
helped. I don't know. Also, bro, we're about to check the damage on this garage that you didn't do for sure. Like, I never said you did it, but whoever did
Mm.
do it, we're just checking what happened. You know?
That's diabolical from you right there.
No, but you didn't do it though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was what's his name? It was Karan Shahi that did it. No, I'm joking. It was Hamza. Hamza, why would you do that? That's crazy.
Hamza. And he drove off in his Merc.
Yeah, I agree. He did drive off on his Merc. Wait, okay. Jareer.
Mm-hmm.
Was it this?
Wait,
You see
hold on.
that?
I'm gonna make it big.
Was it
I'm gonna
this
try
one?
I can't see. Wait, let me turn up my brightness. Okay, show me again. Yeah, that one.
That is diabolical. And I know you
Hmm.
didn't do it.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. Why do you keep doing this?
No, but I'm just clarifying.
Associations.
I'm just clarifying. It wasn't you. Oh, Assalamu alaikum, Hassan. We are, Jareer, I don't know if you want to answer that question. You want me to answer it?
No, you can answer.
We are in Australia, Sydney, Australia. And
Mhm. Shahab here is an immigrant from Canada,
yeah, I'm a Canadian immigrant.
and I am an immigrant from Melbourne.
Yep. So, bro, bro,
How are you doing today? What's up?
bro,
Huh?
bro, I
What?
just read. Bro, I'm cooked. I'm cooked, Drew. I think I'm cooked.
What?
I ran into some spider web, bro. Bro, what the hell is that, bro?
What?
Bro, that's.
What? Like, did you walk through it? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I sort of did. Am I cooked? I think
I
I'm cooked.
mean, you destroyed the home of a family, so in that sense, yeah.
I didn't mean to, like.
Mm.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna
Yes, sir.
just quickly do something.
Hassan, where are you from? Or is it Hassan? It's Hassan. Mm.
My man's saying it like he's a Shia, bro. There's nothing
Yes.
wrong with Shia, though.
Two main things, matrix and minerals. Matrix is type 1 collagen mainly, and type 1 is in bone. And the minerals are calcium. By the way, calcium that's in the bone has no charges, unlike the calcium that's floating in the blood. Some of it has charges. Only the charged calcium is physiologically active, but the calcium that's in the bone has no charges, therefore, it's not physiologically active. Only the charged calcium, which is physiologically active, can exert a negative feedback on the parathyroid hormone and other hormones. Only the physiologically active calcium can lead to symptoms of hypocalcemia and hypercalcemia. I have never seen any patient who developed tetany because of the unionized calcium. But most of the patients that develop tetany, it's usually due to hypocalcemia, and by hypocalcemia I mean decreased serum calcium, specifically the charged ionized calcium. Here is your nice neuron. It's a somatic nerve fiber, and this is motor. calcium comes in here and it's gonna cause this vesicle to rupture and it's gonna release what's inside. So what's inside? Acetylcholine. Acetylcholine will come here through the neuromuscular junction and bind to the acetylcholine receptor, specifically N sub M. This M is for muscle and this N is for nicotinic. And now in the skeletal muscle, the sarcoplasmic reticulum, which is a modified smooth endoplasmic reticulum, is going to release calcium. Calcium is going to bind to troponin. But we have three types of troponin. We have troponin I, troponin T, and troponin C. Which one of them? Troponin C, honey. We called it troponin C because of calcium, which starts with a C. Duh! Now when calcium binds troponin C, it's going to displace tropomyosin from the actin and making this surface free to bind to myosin. Myosin will bind actin through this cross bridge and it's going to slide the actin, causing muscle contraction. The best way to describe cardiac muscle contraction is to talk about the mechanism of action of digoxin. By the way, what's the difference between digoxin and digitalis? Digitalis is an umbrella term. It's a class of medication that includes mainly three drugs. Number one is digoxin, number two is digitoxin, and the third one is wabane. Before we talk about the mechanism of action of digoxin, let's talk about the normal cardiac myocyte. It has two main pumps, primary active transport and secondary active transport. The primary, sodium out, potassium in. Thank you so much. Secondary means it's secondary to the primary. It depends on the ATP released or the energy liberated in the primary active transport site. Now there's lots of sodium outside thanks to the primary sodium potassium pump. This lots of sodium on the outside is going to push some sodium to the inside. Since sodium is positive, let's push something positive to the outside to establish equilibrium. And this is called sodium calcium exchanger, which is an antiport or counter transport. Now calcium has been removed from the cardiac myocyte to the outside. Digoxin wants to increase cardiac contractility. It's going to contract those cardiac muscles, baby. How does it do it? Okay, look at this. It's going to block the primary active transport. And since the
Bro,
secondary
was
active transport was
digoxin
secondary to the
a
primary,
positive or negative ionotrope?
Would be positive, right?
I'm thinking it should be positive ionotrope.
Yeah. Increases contractility, wasn't it? That's
Yeah.
what he was just.
which is an antiport or counter transport. Now, calcium has been removed from the cardiac myocyte to the outside. Digoxin wants to increase cardiac contractility. It's going to contract those cardiac muscles, baby. How does it do it? Okay, look at this. It's going to block the primary active transport. And since the secondary active transport was secondary to the primary, now the secondary is also inhibited. That's two birds with one stone. Now calcium cannot exit the cell because sodium cannot enter the cell. Therefore, calcium is going to accumulate inside the cardiac myocyte. And of course, calcium is the hero of contraction. That's how calcium can cause cardiac contractility. Next, there is something unique to the cardiac myocyte, which is the plateau. The plateau is caused by mainly calcium and potassium. Calcium is coming into the muscle, potassium is leaving the muscle. Why do we need plateau? Because we need a sufficient diastolic time. Why do we even care about diastole, man? I only want to care about systole. We care about diastole because this is when your coronary arteries fill. Doofus, do you want to live or do you want to die? I want to live. So you should be grateful that you have a plateau and you should be thankful that you have calcium. Now, when calcium enters into the cardiac myocyte, it's gonna lead to a beautiful phenomenon called calcium-induced calcium release. Calcium, which is coming into the muscle or into the muscle cell of the heart, is gonna create the sarcoplasmic reticulum, which is a modified smooth endoplasmic reticulum, leading to release of calcium from the sarcoplasmic reticulum. That's why we call it calcium-induced calcium release. And of course, calcium will lead to contraction. Next, calcium is a hero of coagulation. If you remember the coagulation cascade, calcium is here, one of the 4 members of the Congressional Committee. If you want to learn more about the Congressional Committee and about the fact what is Lionel Messi doing here, please watch my previous video on the coagulation cascade.
Shahab, do you know about the NEAT exam?
No, I don't.
I feel like it's
Isn't
an
it like they?
engineering.
Oh
The
no, we had a
Indian,
previous viewer talk about it, right?
yeah. What was it?
Yep.
No, it's medical.
Oh really?
But yeah, in India.
Damn. We love Indians on this channel.
We don't know much about it, Hassan. Someone else might. I think Harrison would know.
Yeah, he would be an expert on that part of the world, right?
Mm, mm, the Kush, was it the Kushan Empire? It was like Indo-Greek.
Oh yeah. I think so.
But I don't think they got all the way across to Mumbai.
True. Okay.
Let's see. Oh no, that's pretty strong. Hmm. Mhm. Gangetic belt. Gangetic. Yes, sir. That is the extent of our knowledge.
Hey guys, it's Medicosis Perfectionalis, where medicine makes.
Okay. You want me to ask you a question, Shahab?
Yeah, feel free.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, give me 5 minutes. I need to pull up my
Yeah, it took me
questions.
5 minutes so I can use the washroom real quick. Yo, like, I'm still waiting on this question though.
Oh yeah, my bad. Let's see.
Are you doing this logbook though?
No.
Yeah, see, the thing is,
What's that?
think I'm cooked.
How come?
Bro, I haven't even started the logbook.
It's not looking good, my guy.
Damn, bro.
I'm actually gonna sleep tonight, so let's see.
How the hell did I spend 4 hours on Anki?
Wasn't it more?
It was technically more because I'd be walking around and I'd be doing it and like. But I spent 4 hours and I only did 3,392 cards. Okay, week 20. I'm finishing week 20 right now. No, week 21. I'm finishing week 20. Yeah. Damn, bro. Almost done week 20. Yeah, 19.
All right, I got a question.
Yeah.
How do the red cell indices classify anemia or help classify anemia?
Well, anemia is defined as a decreased amount of hemoglobin in the blood, right?
I don't
No?
know. I've come across a few definitions.
So anemia should specifically be low hemoglobin in the blood.
Okay.
There's too few red blood cells or too few hemoglobin. So there's
Yeah.
different types. There's normocytic, microcytic, and macrocytic. So microcytic, you have a decreased MCV, mean corpuscle volume. Macrocytic is when you have increased MCV, and that occurs when there's issues in the division of the cell, and it remains improperly divided. Then usually you'd have a low hematocrit or low hemoglobin concentration.
All right. What can cause macrocytic? Or you should know this.
B12 deficiency,
Nice.
folate deficiency.
I mean, that's it, yeah, basically. Sick. Solid answer.
Okay, so I basically, Jareer, frick,
What's up?
I have to do 604 cue cards by 3 a.m., go to the gym, and then
Uh-huh.
do the, what do you call it?
Logbook.
The logbook. Damn, bro.
Nice. You don't have much time, bro.
What do you mean, bro?
4 a.m. is like 3 hours away.
I know, bro. F.
All right, you want another question?
Yeah.
Let's go with immunology. All right, I'm gonna go short answers. What's the first antibody produced in response?
In response, IgM, but technically in the body, it's IgD. Or
IgG?
IgB. IgB, IgD, IgB.
Oh,
Yeah, it's IgD.
D isn't D the one we like don't know its function? It's like a receptor one.
Yeah, it's the antigen receptor on naive B cells.
Okay.
But in infection response, it's a IgM.
Yes. All right. Then, uh, shoo. Let's see. Let's find a good question. All right. Compare iron deficiency anemia and anemia of chronic disease.
Anemia of chronic disease, isn't it a type of hemolytic anemia?
I have. I know. I mean, hemolytic. What's a hemolytic anemia? I don't think it is. Oh, it might be actually. It's microcytic, so
It's typically normocytic, but it can become microcytic. No, it's not.
okay.
But anemia of chronic disease is when you have a lack of red blood cell protections due to some sort of inflammation, whereas iron deficiency is related to deficiency in iron not being present in porphyrin rings to help carry oxygen.
To increase maps. What does hepcidin do?
Hepcidin, I know this. It converts ferric iron to ferrous iron. on the basolateral surface to allow it to bind to transferrin. No?
Wasn't that Hephaestin?
Oh, hephaestin. That's hepcidin. That is hephaestin. You're right. Oh, doesn't hepcidin it helps to regulate iron levels by binding to, I don't remember what it binds to, but it's that thing that allows for the iron to leave the cell.
Bro, you should know ferroportin, man. Come on.
No, no, I don't know why I forgot ferroportin, but it binds to ferroportin.
Okay.
Am I right?
Yeah. Dude, you were teaching me this in week 12. Actually, you were teaching Omer and Gokhan.
Bro, it's been a while. I haven't looked at this in ages, but I basically knew what it was.
Not bad, not bad.
I can't believe I forgot ferroportin, bro. That's cool. Okay, give me some unstable. No, what's supposed to find?
Heps, heps, heps. So basically stops ion absorption. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 1 o'clock, and I will be back in 5-ish hours. Are you logged in properly, or is it gonna end the stream if I leave? You are frozen.
Yo, can you tell me if you have class Wednesday?
Yeah, I do. We do. Yeah.
Oh, Wednesday, I can't hear you. Something wrong with my. Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we do have class Wednesday.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It's the last class. Friday is just CCS practice, I think. Let me see. Week 32. Wednesday CDT and PBL. And then Friday CCS revision, bioethics finals. And that's CCS revision. 4 stations, 1 hour each. That's cool. So yeah, Wednesday. And tomorrow is vision, hearing, proprioception lab.
Well, what time are you going?
Mine's at 12.
That means mine is at.
Yours is at 4:30. All right, man. I'm gonna go. I'll see you in the morning, inshallah. So.
Okay, guys, you are left alone with me right now. My room is an utter mess. I'm gonna clean it after exams, but I'm gonna share my screen and we're just gonna grind this hard. Guys, so anybody watching this, I remember on Saturday, I said a patent foramen ovale, patent fossa ovalis, is a pathological anatomical shunt. They said I was wrong, and they said tetralogy fallow. I will be referencing this part of this video tomorrow. I'm gonna muck in some creatine because I'm gonna go to the gym at like 3 a.m. I'm gonna try to get as many cars done before 3 a.m. And just to clarify, Hassan, we are pretty well versed on the Mughal Empire and the wealth that it held and how the British looted all of our wealth. Well, guys, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I could probably end at 500 cards and I'll be happy. One sec, guys. I just remembered. I haven't called one of my friends in ages. Okay, let me check how many cards I have left on week 21. Oh no, week 21, week 20. Well, I'm actually, okay, if I do 26 cards, I finish week 20. Okay, then we do week 19. Okay, we do week 20, week 19, and then we are good. I'm gonna lie, guys. I'm gonna like take a bit of a nap real quick. But obviously after I do a bit more cards. Before anybody claims I'm not locked in, I'm just telling you, like, I've done basically 4,000 cards, and I'm gonna hit this 4,000 number. I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'm gonna lock back in. And this is gonna actually be like a 20-minute nap, easy. And 460 cards. I also want to do a couple of these cards, but let me be back, guys. I'm actually gonna be on like a 20-minute nap max, and I'll be back into the game. I'm back. Guys, this is not looking good for me. Hey guys, let me do something. Can't even do that thing. Guys, I actually can't. I can't do it anymore. I know I said wallahi to 6 a.m. Man, I can't do it right now, bro. I can't do it right now, bro. Okay, I'll be back. Guys, I can't keep going. Like, I'm actually about to throw up so bad. I'm cooked right now. Like mentally, I'm cooked. I said wallahi that I'll continue the stream, but I shouldn't have said wallahi, bro. Like, guys, I think I'm effed. I'm effed. I almost threw up in the washroom. Like, I actually don't think I can keep going right now. Okay, you know what I'll do though? Let me text Jareer, and then I'm gonna just quickly like figure something out. 'Cause, bro, I actually think I'm gonna throw up, bro. Guys, I'll be back. Oh, F me. Guys, it is actually like, it's not looking good for me right now. Like, genuinely. I'm cooked, like, I'm actually cooked right now. What do I do? Guys, I'm effed. It's actually bad. Give me like 1 second. Let me see if I can muster up some more energy to study right now. I actually don't think I can. Alright, what do I do? I'm doing laundry right now. Oh, F, bro. Guys, what do I do? Like, Guys, I'm so cooked right now. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this, bro. If I try to move it, I'm gonna throw up. Okay, let me. Okay, one sec. Okay, I need to figure this out because I can't tap out right now, guys. Mm, Okay, let me go. Bro, what do I do? If I get up, I'll throw up. That's what Boozer would say. This, like, I'm genuinely so serious. I haven't felt this cooked in years, bro. Years. Holy. Okay, guys, I have to figure this out. I gotta run some semantics to try to get my laptop connected to move this to my bed. So, because if I stand upright, I'll throw up. Like this is a battle of willpower right now. You're seeing real jihad, like internal jihad occurring. Like you'll never get the opportunity to see this again. Like guys, I'm genuinely cooked right now. What do I do? Okay, if I unplug that wire right there, if you see my room's a mess right now. See my room is a mess right now. But let's get this. Okay, we'll unplug this because I need the fan. Okay, that's been on for like a day. Okay, take this out. I'll plug this in. Okay, then what we'll do here, bro, I can even go to the gym. Like, look, I'm losing games right now. We'll move this wire here. So this wire, I bought it. The reason why I bought this wire though is so I can connect to the balcony, but it's actually turned out to be a lot more useful than I thought. So that's what moved over there. Let me tuck my shirt in because I look homeless right now. But I've been homeless though, I'm not gonna lie. But I've been living these last. Okay, I'll be honest though. Well, I've barely been at home, so I haven't had the chance to clean my room in a while. No excuses though. Like, that's completely on me. I'm telling you right now, soon enough, change, man. Like, I'm actually changed, man. Guys, have you seen that meme? I don't know if you guys have seen that the Jalandhar meme, where the guy gets pulled over and he goes, "I'm an Indian citizen. I'm from Jalandhar." That's what I feel like right now. My phone's over there. Nothing wrong with Indians though, like great people. Jareer, if you're watching this, no, Bro, I'm telling you right now, this guy Jareer, stop doom scrolling and hop on the stream. Like, what are you doing, bro? My guy's just picking his booty, doom scrolling. Like, damn, guys, 5 people watching the stream. I really appreciate the support. Everybody's watching me struggle through this exam grind right now. Like, I think this is actually the lowest I've gone through these exams. And I'm actually at the point of physical collapse. Like, but you see, I'm not the type of guy to give up. I, I'm a hustler. I'm made for success. Well, that's a tomorrow problem to deal with it. My wire fell down somewhere. But anyways, as a certified G and hustler, you're not going to see me give up anytime soon. So I've done what any reasonable man would do in my situation. I've shifted over to my bed. Like straight up shifted over to my bed. Guys, if I can keep the stream going until 6 a.m. and not fail us, like I've actually accomplished greatness here. Like, genuinely, I've accomplished greatness. But you see me though, I ain't giving up. I'm a man of my word. The hustle, gotta live on. Can you guys see me? Yeah, you can't now. Hey guys, unlike Jareer, I don't give up. My man said okay 2 minutes ago. Where's this guy? Guys, back. Okay, let's keep going. Opioid analgesics plus benzodiazepines. Okay, easy. Guys, I accidentally got removed. Sure, bro, you're actually a legend for coming through right now. I think I'm dying, bro. I'm actually cooked right now.
Bro, I lay down and all I
Yeah,
got is like a strained neck.
Are you serious?
No sleep.
Oh,
Right.
yeah, the
We need
weather's.
beds on. We need beds on campus.
I agree with you. We need a 24-hour library on campus.
All right. Bro, how are you crashing already? Literally, it's been 1 hour.
Bro, I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out myself because I feel so sick. I'm pretty close to throwing up right now. And the only thing that's like stopped me from throwing up is lying in bed.
Why don't you just throw up? You'll
If
feel
I
better.
throw up, bro, if I throw up, yeah, I'll have to throw up in the washroom and clean it up.
Yeah.
I can't do that, bro.
Mm. You want me to ask you questions?
Yeah, bro, easy. Let me ask you a question though.
Yeah.
What are the 3 types of thermodynamic interactions?
Uh, I don't know.
Additive, synergistic, antagonist. Additive, an example is alcohols, antihistamines. Synergistic, an example is trimethoprim and sulfamethoxazole. An antagonist is, this one's really important, giving beta 2 agonist, and propranolol, which is a beta
Saba.
blocker. Yeah,
With a beta blocker. That's the okay. Beta 1.
yeah,
Beta
like
block.
propranolol.
Um, that's cool.
Like, for example, if somebody has a heart condition like cardiac arrhythmias, but they also have asthma.
Not really. It's like muffled a bit.
Oh, really? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, let me just check if I have yeah, so for example, if you have a patient that comes in with cardiac arrhythmias,
Mm-hmm.
but they also have allergies or asthma,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta be careful and check if they're taking beta blockers or not.
Mm.
Ask me a question, bro.
Oh yeah. Where was I? Hmm. All right. Explain how excessive inflammation leads to sepsis.
A cytokine storm.
Okay, what does that do?
So basically, what can happen is if you have consistent acute inflammation
Yeah.
and it's unresolved, you begin to release a lot of cytokines through the blood,
Mm-hmm.
and that can trigger, what is it? Septic shock, because you're getting what? Septic shock. Increased vasodilation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like an example. Doesn't TNF alpha
Yeah.
Yeah, so like for example, if it's excess TNF alpha release, it can cause vasodilation throughout the body.
Mm.
My God, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
I actually don't think I can keep going. Do I tap or how do I do this, bro?
You're the only one who knows how you feel.
Or if I tap out, I'm letting you down, I'm letting our nation
Mm.
down.
Yeah, that's true as well. The only loophole you have is falling asleep on stream.
Bro, if I've fallen asleep on stream, I'm never gonna hear the end of it.
What do you mean? You already did it like 2 times in the last week.
Lies.
Okay.
Okay, this is probably important. You see my screen?
Triple whammy, diuretics, thiazide, loop diuretics. Is that what they're called?
Yeah, thiazide diuretics, like hydrochlorothiazide.
Ace or ARBs.
Guys, I think you know what just happened. I'm sorry, it's
What?
over for you, Jareer.
Huh?
I actually think I can't go, bro. Like, I physically can't stay awake right now.
Bro, no one's stopping you from sleeping, my guy.
Bro, I have failed Pakistan. I failed my honor. I failed. I've actually failed, bro. Like, this is genuinely one of the biggest failures of the year. I can't accept this.
Then log off. It's easy.
Bro, bro, how do I gain your forgiveness, bro? Yeah, I can't
You
do
don't
this
need
to
my
you right now.
forgiveness. You just need to forgive yourself.
Bro, I can't forgive myself for letting this happen, bro. What do I do? Do I just end the stream?
Bro, I'm still on.
Or
I'm
you're gonna
sure.
keep it going?
Yeah, I mean, someone has to do the work.
Bro, don't say this to me, bro.
Look, man, you promised the 6 a.m., so I gotta make sure it happens.
Bro, I can't do this
Hmm?
to you. Give me like 5 minutes.
All right, easy.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Guys, you can watch me just sleep for like 5 minutes and then I'll lock back in, but I swear.
Okay.
Hey guys, it's Medicosis Perfectionals.
Hello, in this video, we're going to talk about the coronary vessels, the blood supply to the heart. So here we have a diagram of the heart. Here is the right atrium, the right ventricle, the left atrium, and the left ventricle. The heart is a muscular pump which requires energy and oxygen in order for it to function properly. The blood supply to the heart comes from the arteries. And these arteries are the coronary arteries which come off the ascending aorta. There are two main branches, the right coronary artery and the left coronary artery. The left coronary artery further has two other big main branches called the left anterior interventricular artery, also known as the left anterior descending artery, and then the left circumflex artery. The right coronary artery in the front here gives off a branch called the right marginal artery. So again, this is the anterior view of the heart. Let's look at the posterior view of the heart. So here I'm drawing the left circumflex artery, which is wrapping around the left side of the heart. On the other side, on the right coronary artery is wrapping around the right. And the right coronary artery gives off the branch called the posterior interventricular artery. Just to complete this diagram, here you have your right atrium and your right ventricle. Now, because the heart has its own blood supply, it obviously has to have its own venous drainage. And so these are the coronary veins, which actually drain into the right atrium through what's called the coronary sinus. So the coronary sinus drains into the right atrium. The coronary veins are not very important to remember, but it's easy. The small cardiac vein is on the right side, then you have the middle cardiac vein here, and your great cardiac vein, which actually wraps around to the left anterior part of the heart. There's also a small branch here called the posterior vein. So that was the anterior view and the posterior view of the coronary vessels. Let us now cut a cross-section of the heart here and look at where the coronary arteries come off the aorta and also where the coronary sinus drains into the right atrium. So here we have a cross-section of the area. Here is the anterior, the front part of the heart, and the posterior, the back of the heart. Here you have your right atrium and your left atrium, just to show where we are. Here is the coronary sinus, where the veins drain into, and it will drain into the right atrium. Of course, your atrium, your right and left, have the valves. In the right atrium, you have your tricuspid valve. In your left, you have your mitral valve. And in front of these, you have your other valves, the pulmonary valve and the aortic valve. After the aortic valve, at the ascending aorta, you have the two branches of the coronary arteries. The right coronary artery coming off the right side, and then the left coronary artery, which further divides into the left circumflex artery and the left anterior interventricular artery. I now want to focus only on the coronary arteries. So here I'm drawing the aorta, and here you have the coronary arteries branching off after the valve. You have your right coronary artery in the front, and then coming off it, the right marginal artery. You have your left coronary artery, and then your left circumflex artery. And also coming off the left coronary artery is your anterior interventricular artery, also known as your anterior descending artery. Now, if we focus on the right coronary artery, remember it wraps around the right side of the heart, and it will give off a branch called the posterior interventricular artery. Your left circumflex artery wraps around your left side of the heart, and actually it will give off a branch called the left marginal artery. So how do the coronary arteries give oxygen to the heart muscle cells? In order to understand this concept, we have to learn about the two important phases of the heart, which are systole and diastole. So in systole, what happens is the ventricles are contracting, ejecting blood out of the heart. So in systole, your aortic valve is open, and you can imagine the heart is ejecting blood out. It is actually in diastole, when the aortic valves are closed, the blood will actually come down slightly, and this is the period where blood will flow down through the coronary arteries and then supply the heart muscle with blood, with oxygen for energy. I hope that concept made sense. Now for some clinical anatomy. Your coronary arteries, like all arteries in your body, can form plaques within them. These are fatty deposits. And when they get so big in the coronary arteries, they can cause what's called coronary artery disease or ischemic heart disease. This is where there's a reduction of blood flow to the myocardium, and the major cause is atherosclerosis. When blood perfusion is reduced to the myocardium, it can cause simple angina, or it can cause something more serious called acute coronary syndrome. The other important clinical anatomy to know is acute coronary syndrome, the most serious being a STEMI, an ST elevated myocardial infarction. So here I'm drawing the layers of the heart, and here you have your coronary vessels, your coronary artery in red, and your coronary veins in blue, which is actually below the pericardium. And these vessels, the coronary artery, normally supplies the myocardium, as shown. However, if there is an occlusion in the artery, you can get an infarction of the myocardium. A STEMI is where there's total occlusion of the coronary artery supplying an area of the myocardium, resulting in a transmural infarction.
I'm probably going to sleep soon.
The heart is essentially a muscle that contracts and pumps blood. It consists of specialized muscle cells called cardiac myocytes. The contraction of these cells is initiated by electrical impulses known as action potentials. Unlike skeletal muscles, which have to be stimulated by the nervous system, the heart generates its own electrical stimulation. In fact, a heart can keep on beating even when taken out of the body. The nervous system can make the heartbeats go faster or slower, but cannot generate them. The impulses start from a small group of myocytes called the pacemaker cells, which constitute the cardiac conduction system. These are modified myocytes that lose the ability to contract and become specialized for initiating and conducting action potentials. The SA node is the primary pacemaker of the heart. It initiates all heartbeats and controls heart rate. If the SA node is damaged, other parts of the conduction system may take over this role. The cells of the SA node fire spontaneously, generating action potentials that spread through the contractile myocytes of the atria. The myocytes are connected by gap junctions, which form channels that allow ions to flow from one cell to another. This enables electrical coupling of neighboring cells. An action potential in one cell triggers another action potential in its neighbor, and the signals propagate rapidly. The impulses reach the AV node, slow down a little to allow the atria to contract, then follow the conduction pathway and spread through the ventricular myocytes. Action potential generation and conduction are essential for all myocytes to act in synchrony. Pacemaker cells and contractile myocytes exhibit different forms of action potentials. Cells are polarized, meaning there is an electrical voltage across the cell membrane. In a resting cell, the membrane voltage, known as the resting membrane potential, is usually negative. This means the cell is more negative on the inside. At this resting state, there are concentration gradients of several ions across the cell membrane, more sodium and calcium outside the cell, and more potassium inside the cell. These gradients are maintained by several pumps that bring sodium and calcium out and potassium in. An action potential is essentially a brief reversal of electric polarity of the cell membrane and is produced by voltage-gated ion channels. These channels are passageways for ions in and out of the cell, and as their names suggest, are regulated by membrane voltage. They open at some values of membrane potential and close at others. When membrane voltage increases and becomes less negative, the cell is less polarized and is said to be depolarized. Reversely, when membrane potential becomes more negative, the cell is repolarized. For an action potential to be generated, the membrane voltage must depolarize to a critical value called the threshold. The pacemaker cells of the SA node spontaneously fire about 80 action potentials per minute, each of which sets off a heartbeat, resulting in an average heart rate of 80 beats per minute. Pacemaker cells do not have a true resting potential. The voltage starts at about negative 60 millivolt and spontaneously moves upward until it reaches the threshold of negative 40 millivolts. This is due to action of so-called funny currents, present only in pacemaker cells. Funny channels open when membrane voltage becomes lower than negative 40 millivolts and allow slow influx of sodium. The resulting depolarization is known as pacemaker potential. At threshold, calcium channels open, calcium ions flow into the cell, further depolarizing the membrane. This results in the rising phase of the action potential. At the peak of depolarization, potassium channels open, calcium channels inactivate, potassium ions leave the cell, and the voltage returns to negative 60 millivolts. This corresponds to the falling phase of the action potential. The original ionic gradients are restored thanks to several ionic pumps, and the cycle starts over. Electrical impulses from the SA node spread through the conduction system into the contractile myocytes. These myocytes have a different set of ion channels. In addition, their sarcoplasmic reticulum, the SR, stores a large amount of calcium. They also contain myofibrils. The contractile cells have a stable resting potential of negative 90 millivolts and depolarize only when stimulated, usually by a neighboring myocyte. When a cell is depolarized, it has more sodium and calcium inside the cell. These positive ions leak through the gap junctions to the adjacent cell and bring the membrane voltage of this cell up to the threshold of negative 70 millivolts. At threshold, fast sodium channels open, creating a rapid sodium influx and a sharp rise in voltage. This is the depolarizing phase. L-type or slow calcium channels also open at negative 40 millivolts, causing a slow but steady influx. As the action potential nears its peak, sodium channels close quickly, voltage-gated potassium channels open, and these result in a small decrease in membrane potential, known as early repolarization phase. The calcium channels, however, remain open, and the potassium efflux is eventually balanced by the calcium influx. This keeps the membrane potential relatively stable for about 200 milliseconds, resulting in the plateau phase, characteristic of cardiac action potentials. Calcium is crucial in coupling electrical excitation to physical muscle contraction. The influx of calcium from the extracellular fluid, however, is not enough to induce contraction. Instead, it triggers a much greater calcium release from the SR in a process known as calcium-induced calcium release. Calcium then sets off muscle contraction by the same sliding filament mechanism described for skeletal muscle. The contraction starts about halfway through the plateau phase and lasts till the end of this phase. As calcium channels slowly close, potassium efflux predominates and membrane voltage returns to its resting value. Calcium is actively transported out of the cell and also back to the SR. The sodium-potassium pump then restores the ionic balance across the membrane. Because of the plateau phase, cardiac muscle stays contracted longer than skeletal muscle. This is necessary for expulsion of blood from the heart chambers. The absolute refractory period is also much longer, 250 milliseconds compared to 1 millisecond in skeletal muscle. This long refractory period is to make sure the muscle has relaxed before it can respond to a new stimulus, and is essential in preventing summation and tetanus, which would stop the heart from beating. Thank you for watching. Please feel free to suggest a topic you want us to cover by leaving a comment below.
right, the eyes are going to be right up here, and so this would be towards the back of the head. So that's going to be the cerebellum. We then have the area of the thalamus, hypothalamus, and then finally we have the cerebrum, which is going to be that dominant upper portion of the brain. And so let's begin with the brain stem. The brain stem is broken down into 3 individual structures. So if we start at the bottom, we've got the medulla oblongata, the pons, and then we finally have the midbrain. And so those 3 things, medulla oblongata, pons, and midbrain, make up what we call the brainstem. So that's the structure. What's the function? Well, it really does 2 things. The first thing it's going to do are these more basic needs. It's going to keep your self-breathing, keep circulation going, digestion, swallowing. All of that is going to be controlled by the brain stem. If there's any damage to the brain stem, it's going to be catastrophic. What else does it do? Then we have information coming in. So we have sensory information, just like that worm did, coming up to the brain. And then we have motor nerves going out. And so the brain stem is important in routing that information and filtering that information, sending it where it needs to go. What's behind that? We have the cerebellum. The cerebellum, and the function of that is motor control. So as you do sports, for example, it's the cerebellum that's giving you that coordination. And it also gives you motor memory. So as you learn to ride a bicycle and you remember how to ride a bicycle, that's going to be thanks to your cerebellum. If we keep moving up, we now have the thalamus. The thalamus, again, sits right on top of the brainstem. And so the best analogy I could come up with is a router. It's basically sorting data and sending it where it needs to go. If we were to look below that, there's a little structure here that's incredibly important. It's called the hypothalamus. That's going to be really right above the roof of your mouth. What is that accountable for? It's homeostasis. So it's maintaining body temperature. It's maintaining osmolarity. All of that stuff is contained right up in the hypothalamus. Also important in circadian rhythms. And then if we look right below that, you can see a little gland hanging out. And 1/2 of that pituitary gland, the posterior pituitary, is technically part of the brain. And it's important in basically sending off hormones. And so there are nerves that flow into that pituitary, and it's sending out things like antidiuretic hormone that keeps your water balance the same. Oxytocin would be another important hormone that comes out of there. If we keep moving up, then we get to the level of the cerebrum. What's the function of the cerebrum? That's integration. So what we're doing is making sense of all that data that comes in. Now, what makes up that cerebrum are going to be all these neurons. There's tons of neurons that are connected together, billions of neurons and billions of synapses or connections between these neurons. And that's where we're making sense of information as it comes in. Now, if you were to look at this image right here, so of that brick wall, so take a moment to look at that, and I'm going to show you some other images. Now focus on this, and then that, and then that. And what we find is as you look at those images, your brain is integrating. It's making sense of all that information. And it used to be a black box. We didn't know really what was going on, but now we can use technology like a functional MRI. Functional magnetic resonance imaging. And what we're looking at here is a brain in action. So this same study was done on females, and what they would show them is something neutral, like a brick wall, and then a kitten, and then something like dirt, and then something like puppies. And so what we're seeing is as those images are switching back and forth, we can start to see where blood is flowing around in the brain, and we can start to figure out what the different parts of the brain actually do. We're able to figure out their function. So when we're looking at the cerebrum, every picture that I've showed you is from the side, so the eye's up here. But if we were to rotate that 90 degrees, now we're looking at it head on, we'll find that there are 2 hemispheres. There's going to be a right and a left hemisphere. Now they're connected in the middle using something called the corpus callosum. So that's a connection of nerves in between the 2 hemispheres. And we do tend to show lateralization. There are going to be certain things that we put kind of on the left side of our brain, like mathematical reasoning and logic, and things that we put on the right side, like facial recognition. Now this is plastic. In other words, we can move these functions back and forth. And you can even have a radical hemispherectomy where you're cutting one of these out and you still have a functioning brain. Now, if we were to go right below the corpus callosum, we get into this area called the basal ganglia, and it's made up of a bunch of nuclei. What are nuclei, or what is a nucleus in a brain? It's basically a bunch of neurons that are right next to each other that have the same function. And so all of these nuclei together make up what's called the basal ganglia. And you can see this would be the corpus callosum connecting it together as well. So this is below the cerebral cortex. What's the function of that? Well, scientists have been able to figure out this complex interaction of inhibition and excitatory response between these neurons, and basically it controls a lot of our motor control. And if you have somebody who has Parkinson's disease, then we're having problems in this basal ganglia area. As we move farther up the brain, we eventually get to the cerebral cortex, and that's going to make up about 80% of the brain. So it's most of the brain itself, and it's broken apart into these 4 lobes. And so if we start in the front of the brain, we have what's called the frontal lobe. What's the function of that? It's mostly executive function. So it's kind of like the boss of your brain. It's emotional control up there. And if we have people who have damage to that frontal lobe, they have really huge emotional swings. As we move back towards the back of the brain, we get to the parietal lobe. What's the function of that? It basically is sensation. It's you dealing with and reacting to your environment. So we have a lot of neurons coming in here from sensory input. As we move to the back, we have the occipital lobe. The function of that is vision, primarily vision. And then we move onto the side, we have what are called the temporal lobe. Temporal lobe is going to be important in language. It's important in hearing. It's also important in memory. We have a lot of memories in there. And so each of these lobes have different functions that are associated with it, and hopefully those little icons help you remember those functions. Now, if we were to go inside the parietal, and hopefully those little icons help you remember those functions. Now, if we were to go inside the parietal zone, we'd find a really important part here. It's called the somatosensory cortex. And that's where sensory information is coming into the brain. And then on the other side of the lobe, we have what's called the motor cortex. And so going way back to that worm, we have information coming in, sensory information, and then we have motor output coming out. And so that's going to be a point of integration where we get information in, decide what we want to do with it, and then send that message back out. Now, if we were to look at that somatosensory cortex and map it along the cerebral cortex, we would find that we dedicate huge amounts of that brain surface area to things like your fingers, your tongue, your lips. In other words, we have way more neurons and way more sensory information coming in from your fingers as opposed to, for example, your back. We don't have as much of it dedicated to that on the backside. We could also use functional MRIs and then even an operation to figure out where a lot of these things are located, like speech and smell and hearing. But over the future, we're going to get really, really good at figuring out specifically what are all the different parts of the brain, what are the nuclei, what do they do, and even mapping it down to the level of the neuron. So how did you do? Do you remember those 17 different structures and their functions? Well, it's time to review. So let's go through it. What's this one at the bottom? Overall, we call that the brain stem. Hopefully you got that. What are the 3 parts of the brain stem, though? Do you remember that? Could you pause the video and then say what they are? Well, starting from the bottom, remember, we have the medulla oblongata, we then have the pons, and then we have the midbrain. So that's going to be the structure and where it's found. Can you remember the 2 functions of the brain stem? 2 big things were, number 1 is to maintain breathing, heart rate, digestion, swallowing, so these fundamental properties of life. But what's the second one? Remember, it's to sort information going up and down. What's behind that? What's that structure called? That is the cerebellum. And so what's the cerebellum do? Remember, that's coordination, motor control, and also motor memory. Do you remember what sits right up above the brain stem? That is the thalamus. What's the thalamus do? Remember, it sorts information as it moves up to the upper parts of the cerebrum. What's below that? That is the hypothalamus. Underneath that, what's that do? Remember, that's homeostasis. It's maintaining that internal body state. Do you remember what hangs off the bottom of that? That is the posterior pituitary. Hopefully you're doing well so far. If we keep going then, what is this upper portion of the brain called? We call that the cerebrum. Okay, let's keep going into the cerebrum then. So do you remember what's that connection between the 2 hemispheres of the brain? We call that the corpus callosum. And do you remember what we call those little nuclei that are found below that cerebrum? Those are called the basal ganglia, and they're really important in motor control. And remember, the corpus callosum allows our hemispheres to connect. If we were to go up to the upper portion, what do we call this, highly folded upper portion of the cerebrum? That's called the cerebral cortex. Do you remember what the front lobe is called? That was pretty easy. That's called the frontal lobe. What about the yellow lobe right here? That's called the parietal lobe. Do you remember what they do? Frontal lobe, remember, is executive or boss-like functions, and then parietal is going to be sensation of the environment. What about at the end? Do you remember that? That's called the occipital. And then what about at the bottom? That's the temporal. Occipital, remember, is a location where we have vision, and then temporal is going to be more language, hearing, memories are there. Now there are two other parts in our lobe. So what do we call this area right here and then this area right here? Those are called the somatosensory cortex. Remember, that takes in information, makes sense of it, and then we have the motor cortex, which is sending information out. So those are those 17 structures. If you don't remember them, you may want to watch the video again, maybe make some flashcards, but that's the brain, and I hope that was helpful.
I thought I'd talk about the greater omentum on its own, because it's something students often ask me about. Where does it go to? So how many layers has it got? Is it made of peritoneum? Does it look like it's made of peritoneum? And so on and so on. Really, really good, thoughtful questions, because there's a whole bunch of complicated stuff going on here. So, the greater omentum. Why is it there? What's it made of? What's it good for? The room is set up for people who are thinking about coming to university here, so that's pretty. I'll make that as a backdrop. Omentum, greater omentum. This is it here. It's this, if it's not pinned down, it's this thing, this flap that floats over the small intestine. You have to pull it back to see most of the intestines deep to it. The Latin word omentum means apron, so that's where that word has come from, certainly according to Arnold's Glossary of Anatomy anyway. I've also read that the ancient Egyptians used to look at the omentum to determine their omens, and that's where the name came from, but I am somewhat sceptical of that. Epipleun, it's a great word, is the ancient Greek word meaning floating, and this kind of floats over the small intestine. So although this is called the greater omentum, we'll see that blood vessels and other structures around here relating to this get called epiploic or omental. So that's where those two terms come from. While we're talking about fun historical stuff, Galen, one of the very early anatomists, wrote that gladiators, yeah, we're going that far back. There was a gladiator who had much of his greater omentum removed after a stab injury, and he complained for the rest of his life that he was cold. We might see some relation to the structure in that as we go. To talk about the greater omentum, we're going to need to look at some other structures in the abdomen. So here's the stomach. If I take the greater omentum off, as you may well be aware already, the greater omentum is running from the greater curvature of the stomach. Let's take the liver out. Here's the stomach here, and the other structure we need to consider is the transverse colon here. So we've got the stomach, we've got the small intestine, we've got the large intestine here, and here's the transverse colon. And the greater omentum is running from the greater curvature of the stomach down and back up again to the transverse colon. How does that work then? As is often the case, we've got to go back to the embryo. Now, this very long coiled tube here started off just as a simple tube in the embryo, and that simple tube in the embryo was in the early cavity, the early abdominal space, as it were, within the embryo, and it was suspended in that space by a mesentery. We got the cling film again. So that tube, so this stuff, the peritoneum, lines the abdominal cavity, and it's a single sheet of a serous membrane, which then runs out and covers all of the viscera here. We're not doing the whole thing today, but the early embryonic gut tube and the early embryonic cavity was lined by that sheet of peritoneum that then ran together. So we have two layers of peritoneum coming together and then went around the early gut tube and suspended it from the posterior abdominal wall. And that dorsal mesentery, or the level of the stomach we might call it, and early embryonic gut tube and the early embryonic cavity was lined by that sheet of peritoneum that then ran together. So we have two layers of peritoneum coming together and then went around the early gut tube and suspended it from the posterior abdominal wall. And that dorsal mesentery, or the level of the stomach, we might call it the dorsal mesogastrium, gaster, stomach, belly, is where the greater omentum comes from. Oh, it's the hardest thing of all is, getting me cling film off. Right, okay, so if this is the posterior abdominal wall, it's lined by a single layer of peritoneum. So this would be the parietal peritoneum. And then the stomach, as part of that early gut tube, when the stomach starts to form, it's here. It's that side of the peritoneum. Which means that, as it pushes out into the space, as it were, you can remember everything is actually really tightly packed together, but it's suspended by then two layers of peritoneum forming that mesentery, or the dorsal mesogastrium. Now, as the stomach it rotates and expands and gets the shape that it's got here, that's the mesentery then that's attaching into the posterior abdominal wall. But what happens is the mesentery at the greater curvature of the stomach, because we've got two layers here, right? It grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. It descends down into the abdomen and then grows back up again. So we have two layers going down and two layers coming back up. And in the original instance, this is anchoring the stomach to the posterior abdominal wall. So then there's the greater curvature of the stomach. There's those two layers of that mesentery that have just grown and grown and grown and grown and grown. And as we put that back, what happens is then those two layers curve back. And in the adult, this then is called the greater omentum. So these are all sheets of peritoneum, but where those sheets of peritoneum form structures, we like to give them names, because that's how we can describe where things are. That's what anatomy is. So this then is the greater omentum forming here. It's two sheets of peritoneum, they loop down and they loop back up again, and in the adult they actually run back to the transverse colon. They blend with the transverse colon, and the transverse colon has got its own mesentery, so the transverse colon is then attached to the posterior abdominal wall by the transverse mesocolon, which is the same thing. It's two layers of peritoneum that have come together to form a mesentery, and that's what the greater omentum is. So you might hear the greater omentum described as 4 layers or 2 layers. Do you understand why that might be the case? It is a 2-layered thing, but because it loops down and back up again, in total it's forming 4 layers. Do you see what I mean? Don't get confused by that. It's basically this idea. 2 layers of peritoneum go down and loop back up again and blend with the mesocolon there. Remember, we've got 2 layers there coming together, looping around and going back up again. That's what the greater omentum is. And the greater omentum then becomes filled with fat. It's a great store of adipose tissue. You can store a lot of fat here. So if somebody is very fat, if they're obese, they will store a lot of fat in the greater omentum. Is that why the gladiator got cold? Maybe. It has a rich blood supply, and it also has lymphatic drainage and immune cells within it. You'll hear descriptions of milky white spots, and in those milky white spots there are collections of lymphocytes and macrophages and that sort of thing, which gives you a clue as to what its function probably is. It certainly has immune functions. So it's called the policeman of the abdomen. It doesn't move around itself, but of course everything that it's resting on, the small bowel does move through peristalsis, and of course the diaphragm's moving up and down. And it seems that if an area of the bowel, for example, is inflamed, it will kind of adhere to that inflammation and limit the inflammation of the bowel to that region. It also seems to be able to absorb foreign bodies from the cavity here, and from this cavity's kind of the wrong word, but it can absorb foreign bodies and get rid of them, right? So it can help in an immune response, a local immune response. It's even got angiogenic properties, so it can encourage the growth of new blood vessels, so it can encourage growth and repair after pathology, injury, damage, that sort of thing, right? So the omentum has an immune role in the abdomen. Blood supply, well, running around the greater curvature of the stomach, you can just about see, there you go, we've got these arteries here, and we have the right and left gastroepiploic or gastroamental arteries. That's why they're called that, because they're supplying blood to the stomach, the gastro bit, and they're also then supplying blood to the omentum, so the gastroamental arteries. And then we'll find right, middle, and left omental arteries running within the omentum, and probably various other branches as well. It has a rich blood supply. These arteries, the gastroamental arteries, are ultimately branches from the celiac trunk from the aorta. They're branches of the foregut arteries. I said that parts of the peritoneum, when they form kind of ligaments and other sheets, they also get names. Now, the gastrocolic ligament is another word that you might hear applied to the greater omentum, because it's running from the stomach to the colon. So the gastrocolic ligament also refers to the greater omentum. In fact, there are other parts of the greater omentum running to other things, like to the spleen and what have you, that also get other names, but I'm not going to add complexity to this right now. So that's it. The greater omentum. The hardest thing is understanding those layers of peritoneum, but that's where it is. That's what it's good for. That's its blood supply. The other thing I'd say is that when we have the abdomen, if you cut through all the muscles and the skin, you cut through all the fascia, you would then see a single layer of peritoneum, right? Because that'll be lining the internal surface of the abdominal wall. And when you cut through that, then you'll see the greater omentum, and then you lift the greater omentum, and then you see the small intestine. All right, so that's how it's organised. Right, what about the lesser omentum, you say? Well, next week maybe? Okay.
Hey, what's up? Meditate here. In this video, we're going to go through the anatomy of the peritoneum, which is a serous membrane that lines the inside of the abdominal wall, as well as surrounding various organs we have inside the abdominal cavity. So in this video, we're first going to go through the parts of the peritoneum. Then we're going to go through the lesser and greater omentum and the mesentery. After that, we'll go through the different structures you'll find in the peritoneal cavity. So now that we've covered the anatomy of the organs in the abdominal cavity, we need something to protect them. And that's what the peritoneum does. It's a serous coat that protects and fixes the organ in place and forms a serous coat around the organs for a smooth and wet environment in the abdominal cavity. Now, let's start by making
layer of peritoneum that extends from the inferior surface of liver to the lesser curvature of the stomach and the first part of the duodenum. At the level of liver, it is attached to the margins of fissure for ligamentum venosum and porta hepatis. The part of lesser omentum between stomach and liver is called hepatogastric ligament, and the part between duodenum and liver is called hepatoduodenal ligament. Between the layers of the lesser omentum, where they are attached to the stomach, run the right and left gastric arteries as well as the gastric veins, and branches from the anterior vagal trunk. Along the right free margin of lesser omentum, or more exactly along the two layers of hepatoduodenal ligament, runs the portal triad, composed of the common bile duct, the hepatic artery proper, and placed posterior to the duct and the artery, the portal vein. Keep in mind that the right free margin of lesser omentum, where the anterior and posterior layers of peritoneum become continuous to contain the portal triad, forms the anterior boundary of the foramen epiploicum of Winslow, which provides access to omental bursa.
Okay, we're now going to talk about the peritoneum and answer the what questions. What is peritoneum and its parts? Okay, we're now going to talk about the peritoneum and answer the what questions. What is peritoneum and its parts? Peritoneal fluid and mesothelium. What is the difference between intra and retroperitoneal organs, and what provides innervation and vascular supply to the peritoneum? Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Morton and I'm the noted anatomist. So here we have in this schematic a picture of the trunk. And the orange line represents the diaphragm, and above the diaphragm are three serous sacs. We have the pericardial sac containing the heart, and then flanking either side of the pericardial sac are two pleural sacs, both containing the lungs, and below the diaphragm is the peritoneal sac engulfing abdominal pelvic organs, and that's what we're going to talk about. And so the abdominal pelvic cavity is lined with a serous membrane called the peritoneum. And the peritoneum completely or partially lines the internal surface of the abdominal wall and organs of the abdominal cavity. So let's do some discussion of some of this jargon. So first of all, what is a serous membrane? Well, serous membrane lines the wall and organs of a body cavity and makes serous fluid. So this picture shown here is a cross-section through the abdominal cavity. So that's the serous membrane we're going to talk about. And so in pink, there's the serous membrane lining the abdominal cavity, and it makes fluid. And because this is the abdominal cavity, it's going to be peritoneal fluid, which then goes within the peritoneal cavity, the space or cavity within the serous membrane, and fills it. So what's mesothelium? Well, if we now take a little section like this, like that, and blow it up, that's mesothelium. It's the tissue that comprises the serous membrane and makes the peritoneal fluid that goes in the peritoneal cavity. So what is peritoneum? Well, Greek for peritoneum means stretched around. And so a peritoneum is the serous membrane that stretches around or lines the abdominal cavity, and it's made of mesothelial tissue. So there in blue, we just outlined or the lining of this serous membrane that stretches and wraps around the inside of the abdominal cavity and organs. Well, the peritoneum is like a fist in a balloon. So there's a balloon, and inside the balloon is air, and outside the balloon or lining the balloon is plastic. and there's a fist. Now watch. Shing, shing, shing. I'm going to ask a question. Is the fist in the balloon? And the answer is no. What the what? Because what happens now is we see that inside the balloon is air. But look, if we trace along the outside of the balloon and see the fist going inside, the fist is not in the air. The fist simply pushed in the side of the balloon and is covered in plastic. Okay? So the peritoneum is like a fist in a balloon, where there's a balloon and there's the peritoneal cavity. There's a fist and there's the GI tract. And so if we then do this, shing, 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 notice that the following. Is the GI tract in the peritoneal cavity? The answer is no. Why? Well, there's our mesothelial tissue lining the outside, and the mesothelial tissue, you'll notice, and then notice the peritoneal fluid. The GI tract is not in the fluid. The GI tract simply pushed in the side of the peritoneum and is covered in mesothelium, much like a fist in the side of a balloon. So what is peritoneum? Well, there's our peritoneal cavity filled with peritoneal fluid, and the parietal peritoneum forms the wall, and the mesentery, this double membrane, and the visceral peritoneum that lines the organs. And all the parietal peritoneum, mesentery, and visceral peritoneum are all continuous with each other. So what's the difference between peritoneum and mesothelium? Well, distinguishing peritoneum from mesothelium is like clothing. In a sense, there is you can classify a t-shirt in two ways. You can say, hey, what's that made of? Oh, it's made of cotton. And what is the name of that cotton? Well, we call it a t-shirt. Well, the same way, you can classify the peritoneum in two ways. One by material and say, oh, that's made of mesothelium, or by its name, which is peritoneum. Okay, so now let's talk about this peritoneal sac that has the following three components: parietal peritoneum, mesentery, and visceral peritoneum. So the parietal peritoneum, and the word parietal means wall. It's the part of the peritoneal sac that lines the wall, and it's in contact with the abdominal pelvic wall there in blue. It's going to be innervated by somatic. We're now going to talk about the mesentery, which mesentery means middle. And the parietal peritoneum, when it comes around, it reflects off the posterior abdominal wall as a double membrane, like that. And it transports vessels and nerves. So we look at this other cross-section in this schematic, and you see arteries and veins, nerves and lymphatics, and they're coursing in this double membrane from the posterior abdominal wall into the gut tube, into the GI organs. Now, the visceral peritoneum, it lines the intra-abdominal organs in the intraperitoneal space. It's also known as the peritoneum, they each other. So what's the difference between peritoneum and mesothelium? Well, distinguishing peritoneum from mesothelium, you can say, hey, what's that made of? Oh, it's made of cotton. By the peritoneum in two ways. One by material and say, oh, that's made of mesothelium, or by its name, which is peritoneum, that has the following three components: parietal peritoneum, mesentery, and visceral peritoneum. So the parietal peritoneum, and the word parietal means wall. It's the part of the peritoneal sac that lines the wall, and it's in contact with the abdominal pelvic wall there in blue. It's going to be innervated by somatic. We're now going to talk about the mesentery, which mesentery means middle. And the parietal peritoneum, when it comes around, it reflects off the posterior abdominal wall as a double membrane, like that. And it transports vessels and nerves. So we look at this other cross-section in this schematic, and you see arteries and veins, nerves and lymphatics, and they're coursing in this double membrane from the posterior abdominal wall into the gut tube, into the GI organs. Now, the visceral peritoneum, it lines the intra-abdominal organs in the intraperitoneal space. It's also known as a serosa. So there you have it in green, that's surrounding. And so when you take a look at pictures like this often, and you see, oh, mucosa, submucosa, the muscularis externa, and then the serosa, or this of showing the small intestine, and you see all those layers, whenever you see this term serosa, that's synonymous to the visceral peritoneum that we've just been talking about. Now, the peritoneal fluid, that's it there inside the cavity, and its function is to lubricate the surface of organs. And if you don't have enough fluid, then the tissues can adhere to each other, and they form adhesions and can
in the Bible who is a Hellenized Jew in the Roman Empire is named Paul. And he is credited with most of the writing of the New Testament. About a third of the New Testament, which is the Christian Bible, either is written by Paul or it's about Paul. So that's why we believe that not Jesus, but Paul is the real founder of Christianity. Okay? Christianity, again, is not by Jesus. It's not a religion by Jesus. It's a religion about Jesus. And there's a difference. There are a lot of questions in the story of Paul that don't make any sense. Okay? The first thing that doesn't make sense is like, who is this guy? Right? He has all this power and money, and he can do whatever he wants. And no one can touch him. All right? So that's the first big question. Second big question is, why does he convert? Right? His conversion story doesn't make any sense. We're like, okay, well, because he saw Jesus. Okay, that's fine. But guess what, guys? After Jesus talks to him, Jesus sort of disappears from the story. And you would think that if Jesus was so important to Paul, Paul would quote from Jesus, right? But he doesn't quote from Jesus. Jesus has a lot of message, a lot of sayings, but Paul rarely quotes from him. Okay? But not only that, we already said that the message of Jesus and the message of Paul are very different. Jesus believed the kingdom of God was within us. For our generosity, for our mercy, we can achieve salvation. Paul taught everyone it's believing Jesus that will allow you to achieve salvation. And only believe in Jesus. You can do as much good as you want, but if you don't believe in Jesus, you'll be damned to hell. So all those Buddhists, all those Hindus, all those Zoroastrians who are doing good in the world, too bad. They will be burned in hell. Okay? And that goes against a lot of the teachings of Jesus. Okay? So he did convert, but he's not spreading the gospel of Jesus. All right? All right. Another question then is, why is he focusing on organization? Okay? Why is he focusing on organization? The heart of religion is spiritual truth, right? But Paul doesn't really care about that. He cares about the organization, the church, who's in charge, how many members we're attracting, how we can appeal to them more, how to resolve internal political disputes within the church. That's what he cares about. That's very odd. Okay? And then the last question then is, why does he get in trouble with the Jews? And why did the Romans save him? Okay? So these are questions. Now, let's first go over the Christian explanation. And the Christian explanation is, Paul was part of the divine plan. Okay? So Jesus brought truth into the world, right? The truth of Jesus, that's what Jesus teaches. But it was Paul who created the structure and the organization that allowed Christianity to spread. Okay? So, a analogy or a comparison is the story of McDonald's. You guys all know McDonald's, right? Well, guess what? In the 1950s, McDonald's was one restaurant in California. It had amazing hamburgers. And it really had the best hamburgers. And a man named Ray Kroc visited this restaurant. And it was being run by the McDonald brothers. That's why it's called McDonald's, okay? When Ray Kroc says to the brothers, you know what? You guys have an amazing restaurant. Let me scale it out. Let me convince others to open McDonald's around America and the world. This is called the franchise model, okay? The franchise model. The franchise model. And so the brother said, yeah, sure. And what Ray Kroc did was he drove everywhere, like Paul. And he had these meetings, like Paul, where he convinced people of the American dream, like Paul. Ray Kroc said to everyone, if you open McDonald's, you will get rich and you will live the American dream. Right? Paul said to everyone, if you believe in Jesus, you will achieve salvation. And because Ray Kroc was such an amazing salesperson, McDonald's eventually became the largest restaurant empire in the world, right? Same thing with Paul. Because Paul was just a convincing salesman, Christianity became the most dominant religion in the world. So this is all part of God's plan, okay? It's very similar to the story of McDonald's. Here's the problem, guys. Jesus was not selling hamburgers. In fact, Jesus hated hamburgers, right? The central message of Jesus is wealth is wrong. Business is wrong. Hierarchy is wrong. What matters is the spiritual truth in your heart. All right? So, even though this is the Christian belief that both are part of the divine plan, and Paul was basically Jesus' business manager, okay? Problem is, Jesus didn't want a business manager. And Jesus believed that it was our own individual responsibility to discover our own truths through him, okay? So, what are some other explanations for Paul? Okay, all right. So, I mean, the most basic answer for people who hate Paul is he was just an opportunist, a charlatan. Okay? He saw a business opportunity. Everyone loved Jesus. Jesus had gone viral, right? He had gone viral. And he was a meme now around the world. And so he wanted to take advantage of that. He wanted to monetize that. The problem with this is he worked really hard, man. He traveled all around the Roman Empire to spread the message. He was fanatical about it, okay? And opportunists are not fanatical. They're kind of lazy. So I don't really buy this idea that he was an opportunist. He really believed in what he was doing. He was driven by a sense of mission. Okay? And also, guys, remember, if he's a Roman citizen and his parents are Roman citizens, then he's probably wealthy himself. He doesn't really need this money. Also, what's important for us to understand is Paul comes from a very well-educated background. He's very wealthy. He speaks Greek. He writes Greek beautifully. He's classically educated. He doesn't want to deal with James the Just, who is not well-educated, right? He doesn't want to deal with these people. So why is he dealing with these people? Right? So I don't really buy this explanation. Another explanation is secret conspiracy. And the idea here is Paul and maybe many who supported him hated the Roman Empire. And they believed Christianity would be a weapon that would eventually destroy the Roman Empire, which is what happened historically. That's 340 years in the future. How could Paul know that? And also, what does Paul have against the Roman Empire? Really, right? He's a beneficiary of the Roman Empire. He's wealthy, his parents are wealthy. All right? So, another explanation, which, by the way, I've never heard before, but which I do believe. All right? So take this with a grain of salt. But I believe he was a spy for the Roman Empire. All right? Okay. He was a spy. Okay, so let me explain the idea here. What is he doing? And, all right. So the Jews have always been a problem for empires, both the Greek Empire and the Roman Empire. Why? Because the Greeks and the Romans are pagans. They celebrate pagan gods. But the Jews believe that their God is the only God and every other God is false. And so they refused the authority of the empire. And this has led to many wars, okay? From 167 to 160 BCE, There's something called the Maccabean Revolt against the Seleucid Empire. It lasted 7 years, killed a lot of people, okay? And then there'll be the Romans and the Jews will fight 3 major wars. From 66 to 73 CE, and this is around the time of Paul. The first war will be fought. The Romans will burn the temple down and ban all Jews from Jerusalem. And the Romans think through this aggression, the Jews will be cowed. They'll be scared, right? No. It makes them even more angry, so that 2 more wars are fought from 115 to 117, and then the third war will be from 132 to 136. Okay? So the Jews are fanatical. That's what gives the Jews power. They're a poor province of the Roman Empire. But they're fanatical. And guess what? Romans respect fanaticism. Okay? Remember, 216 BCE. Hannibal invades Italy. And he destroys all the Roman armies who are against him. In the Battle of Cannae, he has killed at least 20% of the Roman adult male population and 1/3 of the Senate. And at this point, the Romans should have surrendered and talked peace, right? But the Romans are fanatical. They refuse to surrender, and eventually they're able to destroy Carthage. Okay? So now the Romans see the Jews, who again, it's a poor, small province in the Roman Empire, and they continue to rebel. So this fanaticism of the Jews, it both scares and it awes the Romans. Okay? They understand, the Romans above all understand how powerful fanaticism is. Fanaticism is the ultimate weapon. It cannot be defeated. And because there's a diaspora, a Jewish diaspora, it can never be rooted out, okay? You can destroy Jerusalem, which is what they did, but there are Jews all around the world. So you can never destroy this fanaticism. And because of the long history of the Jews, this fanaticism only grows through persecution and through suffering, okay? So you have to somehow destroy this fanaticism if you are to win this war against the Jews. And there are 3 central beliefs underlying this Jewish fanaticism, all right? The first is the idea of purity. Why is it that if the Jews are God's chosen people, they're always being pushed around by these larger empires like the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans? And the answer is because we Jews have not been pure enough. We have not been loyal enough to Yahweh. So it is only through purity that will allow us to eventually triumph over our enemies. Okay? Otherwise, we will continue to be bullied by others. Second is the idea of persecution complex. The persecution complex. The entire world is against us because we are God's chosen people. And therefore, we must stand united and stay pure. Who the Jews really hated were the Jews who assimilated, like Paul, right? They hated these people because they were traitors to the nation of Israel. All right, second belief. And then there's a third belief, which is the coming of the Messiah. Don't worry about today, okay? This pain, this suffering, this persecution, it's all part of the divine plan. It's testing us. It is making us strong. Eventually, the Messiah, the anointed one, will come from heaven and lead us into a final battle against all our enemies, the Roman Empire, and we will destroy them. And then we will establish the nation of God, the kingdom of heaven on earth. Okay? And so these are the 3 major beliefs that underpin Jewish fanaticism, and it makes the Jews almost invincible because it makes them fearless. They're not afraid to die. Dying is part of the divine plan. suffering is all part of the process of achieving the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's a responsibility to die for the faith. Okay? All right. So now that we understand this Jewish fanaticism, we can now understand why Paul is doing what he's doing, right? Think about this. Purity means absolute obedience to the law of Moses, right? But what Paul's saying is, no, guys, circumcision. Circumcision is we don't have to enforce circumcision because we want more non-Jews into our religion. Okay? Why is circumcision such a big deal? Well, because circumcision is basically what separates the Jews into a different group of people in any community. Why? Because in most cities, there's a place called a gymnasium. A gymnasium is really the heart and center of life in the community. It's where men go to do sports and athletics, like wrestle and run, okay? The thing about the gymnasium is everyone goes in naked, right? And why is this a problem? Because if you're Jewish, people know right away you're Jewish. Therefore, it's hard for you to go into a gymnasium because you're being ridiculed by the Greeks. Therefore, there's no way for the Jews to associate with the Greeks and other people. Okay, does that make sense? That's why circumcision is so important. Once you say to the Jewish people, you don't need to be circumcised, you just have to have faith in Jesus, then it's easier for them to assimilate into the larger culture around them. Right? Persecution complex. Jews are being persecuted. Why? Because they're not Roman citizens. Right? Let's go back to the story of Jesus. Why did he get persecuted? Why did he die? Because he was not a Roman citizen. If he were a Roman citizen, then Pontius Pilate would have protected him from the Jews who wanted to kill him. Just like how the Roman soldiers protected Paul from those Jews who wanted to kill him. So guys, focus on being a Roman citizen and you can believe anything you want. You will no longer be persecuted. You'll be part of the Roman Empire, right? And the last thing is the coming of the Messiah, right? Jews believe the Messiah is going to come and lead them into final victory against all their enemies, especially the Roman Empire. But what Paul is saying is this, that Messiah has already come. He's Jesus. And Jesus taught a message of eternal salvation. Internal salvation. To recognize the evil within you and to become a better person. So if you want to be saved, you must believe that we are born evil and Jesus has come to cleanse us of our evil. Jesus was a prophet of peace. He had nothing against the Roman Empire. He was fighting against evil in the world. Okay? So, if these three things are true, then fanaticism will be destroyed. Now, obviously, if you're a fanatic, you don't believe any of this crap, okay? But Paul's message was not for fanatical Jews. They were still a minority. His message were for diaspora Jews like him who were stuck between the Roman Empire and the Jewish faith, right? They were part of the Jewish diaspora. Maybe their fathers were Greek and their mothers were Jewish, okay? And these are a lot of people. So Paul's message was for these people. You can still be Jewish if you believe in Jesus. And once you believe in Jesus, then you can now assimilate into the Roman Empire. And this will free you to believe whatever you want. Okay? So this is Paul's mission. Now, then the question then is, why is Paul doing this? Why would Paul do this? And I think the answer is this. I don't want to say Paul is an opportunist or he's evil. I believe he was also a believer in his mission. His mission was what? To save his people. If you want to continue to live within the Roman Empire, you have to adapt yourself. You have to make compromises. You can't wait for the Messiah to come save you. You have to save yourself by adapting to the Roman Empire. And look, there are lots of advantages to the Roman Empire. You can become very happy and prosperous if you play by the rules of the Roman Empire, like he did. Okay? So in many ways, what's odd about Paul is he teaches us that Jesus is the Messiah, but in his heart, and you can tell by his writings, he himself believes he's really the Messiah who has come to save his people. And that's why he's so fanatical about building the church of Christianity. The church that will eventually become Christianity, okay? Again, at this point in history, they're not Christians. They're still Jews. Okay? But there will be a lot of consequences because Paul is doing this. He radically changes the meaning of faith and religion. All right? Because, again, the story of Jesus doesn't really make any sense. And his story doesn't make any sense either. Okay? He's lying. He's lying about who he is. So he creates a new concept. And he radically changes the concept of faith, okay? Before, faith is what you experience. Now faith is something that you must believe. Right? He introduces the idea of miracles now. If something can be explained, it's because it's a miracle. All right? And this is a new idea that didn't exist before. And the use of miracles is to explain the contradictions or the inconsistencies in the story of the Bible. Okay? So that's one major revolution of Paul's teachings. Another is the idea of tradition. Tradition is more important than the Bible, okay? So the stories, the interpretation of the Bible is now more important than the Bible itself. And Paul's church will eventually become the Catholic Church. And one thing about the Catholic Church is you are not allowed to read the Bible. The Bible is sacred, it's forbidden. Only priests are allowed to read the Bible. Because the fear is, if you read the Bible, you might misinterpret the Word of God, okay? You don't have the spiritual power in order to fully interpret the Bible properly. Okay? All right? Okay, so there are lots of major changes to the idea of religion because of Paul's work. All right, so that is my central argument about Paul.
connections and increase friction and cause scarring and adherence of tissues. Now, what is the volume of peritoneal fluid? It's only 50 milliliters, so there's not a lot. So most of this peritoneal space, or in the peritoneal cavity, is actually, it's really small, and there's only a little bit of fluid. So how much is it? Well, there's a can of Coke. That's about it. Diet Coke, that's about it. 50 milliliters or 1.7 fluid ounces of a can of Diet Coke. Now, if you have too much peritoneal fluid, it's called ascites. And so there's normal, about 50 milliliters. And ascites can be as little as 500 milliliters, which is, about a can and a half of Diet Coke, to 1,500 milliliters. And now we're getting close to, you got almost, a little over 4 cans of Diet Coke. And at times, people who have really bad ascites, 35 liters. And so to give you an idea of what this looks like, here's an axial CT through the abdomen at the level of the liver. And there is a vertebra, like kind of some happy faces in dark. There you can see the bottom of the lung. And there's the liver. And then there's the stomach. And bright there's the rib. And there in those red arrows, that gray, that darker gray, is showing this peritoneal fluid just filling that peritoneal space. So it can cause this big swollen abdomen by having that much fluid. Okay, so let's talk about the peritoneal sac. The peritoneal sac is formed by the parietal peritoneum in blue and visceral peritoneum in green. And it's the space between it, or basically the sac is formed by those. And it's filled with peritoneal fluid. Now, here we have in the sagittal section the following. There's our liver, and there's our stomach, and there's the pancreas and the duodenum, and there's the transverse colon, and those other 5 green circles are the small intestine. And then behind, we have the abdominal aorta. And then we also have at the very bottom, in this infraperitoneal space, we've got the bladder, the uterus, and the rectum. Okay, so the peritoneum is shown there in blue, parietal, visceral, and mesentery in the sagittal section. So there's our parietal peritoneum lining the wall. The mesentery, the double membrane coming off that posterior wall, engulfing organs, and there's the visceral peritoneum that's surrounding, in this case, one loop of small intestine in this picture. Now, there in light blue, filling this cavity, there's the peritoneal sac that contains the peritoneal cavity, which is filled with peritoneal fluid. Now, the peritoneal cavity has 2 subdivisions. The greater sac, which is primarily the majority of the space of the peritoneal sac, and then behind the stomach and the liver is the lesser sac, behind the lesser omentum. So here we have another cross-section through the liver, and then there's the stomach, and there's the spleen, and there's our portal triad at the free margin of the lesser omentum. So in orange, surrounding the wall, is the parietal peritoneum, and in purple is the visceral peritoneum. And then in blue, there we've got this peritoneal cavity that's filled with peritoneal fluid. Now, the peritoneal cavity has 2 subdivisions. The greater sac, which is the majority of the peritoneal cavity, but deep to the stomach, we've got this lesser sac right there. And so basically, the greater sac plus the lesser sac equals the peritoneal cavity. And so the lesser sac is really just this space deep to the stomach and lesser omentum and a little bit of the liver. Now, the communication between the greater and lesser sac is through an opening called the epiploic foramen of Winslow. And it's right there, right along deep to that free border of the portal triad of the lesser omentum. We also call that part of the lesser omentum the hepatoduodenal ligament, which I'll talk about more in a few minutes. So the greater omentum is part of this peritoneal sac, a part of the peritoneum, that is this apron-like fold of peritoneum, and it attaches between the stomach and transverse colon primarily, and it has 4 layers. And so there we have this apron-like peritoneum that drapes over much of the intestines and organs of the abdominal cavity, and it attaches to the stomach here, and then also to the transverse colon there. And together, it now makes this greater omentum. Now, anatomists, we like to name everything. And so there's really 3 different parts to the greater omentum. The biggest part is the part that goes between the stomach and transverse colon, hence the name gastrostomach colic colon ligament. Even though it's not a ligament like bone, it just attaches this peritoneum that attaches stomach to transverse colon. This picture doesn't show the gastrosplenic ligament and the gastrophrenic. ligament, the parts of the greater omentum that goes between the stomach and the spleen, and the stomach and the diaphragm. And it has 4 layers. So basically there's 2 layers that come from the front and back of the stomach, and 2 layers that come from the front and back or enveloping the transverse colon. So this major part of the greater omentum has 4 layers. In this picture, what we see is the following. There's the greater omentum in yellow, and so there's our stomach, and then it also attaches to our transverse colon that you can see on either side. Now, let's do the following. Let's now outline and remove that part of the greater omentum, and we see these blood vessels that are in there, the gastro-omental arteries and veins. You don't see the veins, we see the arteries of the right and left gastro-omental arteries that supply the greater curvature of the stomach and the greater omentum. And it's also called the gastroepiploic arteries and veins, because this term epiploic or epiplume means to float upon, because the greater omentum, when the first anatomists first open up the abdominal cavity, we see this big apron floating upon, or looking like it's floating upon, the intestines. And that's why they call the vessels gastroepiploic. Gastro for stomach, epiploic for omentum. Okay, so now let's talk about the lesser omentum. And so the lesser omentum is a double layer of peritoneum that attaches between the stomach duodenum and the liver. And so there is this double layer between the stomach and the liver in this sagittal section. And then it attaches between the liver and the stomach. So let's take a look at a different view here. Okay, this anterior view. So there's our liver, and there's the stomach, and there's the duodenum, and just for orientation, there's the spleen. Okay, and so there, I've now added, since the picture shows that the lesser omentum dissected open, there's the lesser omentum. Shing! Now the lesser omentum has 2 components. And so the 2 parts of the lesser omentum are called the hepatoduodenal and the hepatogastric ligaments. So that dotted line separates. And so the part of the lesser omentum that goes between the liver and the duodenum is called hepatoduodenal ligament. And the part that goes between the liver and the stomach is called the hepatogastric ligament. Now, why do we make a distinction between these 2? Well, that hepatoduodenal ligament houses 3 very important structures that we called it together the portal triad: the hepatic arteries, the bile ducts, and the hepatic portal veins. So we call those 3 things the portal triad, and there, and then the free margin on the right side of the lesser omentum, and below that, or deep to that, is the epiploic foramen going into the lesser sac. Okay, so now dissolve that out of the way, and we see these blood vessels within the lesser omentum. Those are the gastric arteries and veins going along the lesser curvature. So I think of gastric arteries and veins on the lesser curvature of the stomach, the lesser name for the lesser curvature, and the gastro-omental arteries and veins, the greater name for the greater curvature of the stomach. All right, now describe how the female peritoneal cavity is different from the male. All right, to do that, so here, basically in a nutshell, the female peritoneum has 2 openings, and the male peritoneum does not. So here's in the female, we see the peritoneal sac, and at the bottom of the peritoneal sac are these 2 openings. Now in the male, when we take a look at the peritoneal sac, there are no openings. And so if we take a sagittal section of that and blow it up, if we look on the lateral pelvic wall, there is one of those openings. Okay? One opening on this side because it's sagittal, the other opening would be on the other side. And so if we now take this little section and blow it up, this is what it's going to look like. And we have this peritoneum lining the top of the pelvic cavity. And then there is that opening. It's very small. It's less than 1 millimeter in diameter. And there's a uterine tube, ovary, and uterus to help give some orientation. And there's our peritoneal cavity. Now in this sagittal section, it's that same space as showing that peritoneal cavity lining. Okay. And so if we now go into here, the female peritoneum has an opening on either side, and there it is. Now, the purpose is for the following. When an egg in the ovary, when the egg is ovulated from the ovary, it's going to burst through the peritoneum into the peritoneal cavity, like that. So now the egg is in the peritoneal cavity, and that egg needs to get into the uterine tube to go into the endometrium of the uterus. And so what happens is the egg moves back into the uterine tube via the opening in this female peritoneum, and now it's in the lumen and is able to go to the endometrium of the uterus. Okay. All right. Now, what is the innervation of the peritoneum? So here we have this cross section again, and there's our parietal peritoneum. Now, notice in yellow is this intercostal nerve coursing within the wall segmentally all the way from, and as well, from thoracic and abdominal cavities. And this intercostal nerve not gives sensation to the overlying skin segmentally, but also is going to segmentally provide sensory innervation to the parietal peritoneum. So parietal peritoneum has somatic sensation via the intercostal nerves. And somatic sensation means pain, temperature, touch, vibration. Key to this is pain, vibration. And so if there's inflammation, it's going to be a sharp, localized pain. And so let's take a look and see if that represents some type of a painful sensation or any type of sensation. Then that sensation courses along the intercostal nerve and goes to the spinal cord. There's also some somatic sensation for the diaphragmatic parietal peritoneum that's different. Because it's more like along the bottom of the diaphragm, that part of the parietal peritoneum, it's far away from the abdominal wall, its somatic sensation is via the phrenic nerves. And so there's our diaphragm, and then there's our peritoneal sac, and the phrenic nerves arise from the C3, C4, and C5 spinal cord levels. C3, 4, and 5 keep the diaphragm alive. So they come down, and they provide motor innervation to the diaphragm, but they also pierce through the diaphragm, and as you can see, goes to the diaphragmatic surface and provides sensory innervation of the diaphragmatic portion of the parietal peritoneum in the house that Jack built. Now, the visceral peritoneum gets its visceral sensation, a lot of these stretch receptors and such, by visceral sensory neurons. Since these are visceral sensory, there is no pain receptors or somatic sensation in these traveling in these neurons. And so visceral afferent neurons, they course along blood vessels within the double-layered mesentery, and then they course all the way back and follow visceral afferents back to the appropriate spinal cord levels or brainstem levels. Okay, let's talk about the peritoneum and its vascular supply. So where's the aorta in relation to the peritoneum? The answer, in the retroperitoneal space. Now, the two-layered mesentery transports arteries and veins and lymphatics and autonomics from the retroperitoneal space into the double-layered mesentery, and then to supply the visceral peritoneum as well as the organs contained therein. Now, define the terms retroperitoneal and intraperitoneal and list the organs that fall under each of these categories. Okay, so where is this retroperitoneal space and what is it? Well, this word prefix retro means behind, and peritoneal means the peritoneum. So we look over here, we go, okay, there's the peritoneum outlined in blue, and in yellow, that's the retroperitoneal space, which is behind the peritoneum. And within that retroperitoneal space are retroperitoneal organs. And so organs are considered retroperitoneal if they have peritoneum on their anterior side only, shing, on the anterior side only, are not suspended by mesentery, there's the mesentery, no mesentery, and lie between the parietal peritoneum and abdominal wall, parietal peritoneum and abdominal wall. So if it lists, if all of these three conditions are met, then an organ is considered retroperitoneal. What organs does the retroperitoneal space contain? SAD pucker. That's what it contains. And so what is that? Well, SAD pucker is an acronym for S, suprarenal glands, A, aorta and IVC, D, the duodenum, second, third, and fourth parts, then P for the pancreas, the head, neck, and body, U for the ureters, C for colon, specifically ascending and descending, K for kidneys, E for esophagus, and R for rectum, darnel, kildum. Now, I do want to make a mention here that most surgeons do not consider the ascending and descending colon as retroperitoneal. Surgeons, most of them consider these as intraperitoneal because the way they move and within the abdominal cavity is more like an intraperitoneal organ. So even though in embryology and most anatomy texts, we talk about how the ascending and descending colon are retroperitoneal, in reality, they don't function that way. All right. Now, what is an intraperitoneal organ? Well, the word intra means inside and peritoneal means peritoneum. So we take a look at the peritoneal cavity and shing, there's an organ inside the peritoneal cavity. And organs are considered intraperitoneal if they reside within the peritoneal cavity, check, and are suspended by mesentery. Check. So those are the two factors that you consider if an organ is intraperitoneal or not. Now, what organs does the intraperitoneal space contain? The answer to that is salty spurs, or salted spurs. Now, what does the acronym salted spurs mean? Well, S is for stomach, A is for the appendix, L is for liver, T is for transverse colon, and D is for duodenum. The key to this is it's only the first part of the duodenum, that duodenal bulb or duodenal cap, the part that's right after the pylorus. And then the S stands for small intestines, specifically jejunum and ileum. The P is for pancreas, but only the tail, the tip of the tail that touches the spleen. The rectum, but only the upper third, the spleen, as just mentioned, and the sigmoid colon. So that acronym of salted spurs is the acronym to tell you what organs are considered intraperitoneal. All right. So now, may I please make a small detour with regards to intraperitoneal organs? So here we have that cross-section again of the abdomen in blue, the peritoneum. Now let's take a section as if you're dissecting or during surgery, and you open up the abdominal cavity. So now you're looking inside, and you see that organ, and you see the fluid in the peritoneal cavity. Now, remember this fist in the balloon analogy? Well, there's the fist, and there's the air in the balloon. The fist is not inside the balloon. The fist simply pushed in the side of the balloon and is covered in plastic. The intraperitoneal organs are not inside the peritoneal cavity. The organ simply pushed in the side of the peritoneal sac and is now covered in visceral peritoneum. So here's an intraperitoneal organ. There's a retroperitoneal organ. If you follow the fascia within, they're actually in the same fascial planes. When you see an intraperitoneal organ, even when you open up the abdomen, it's not in the cavity, even though we call it an intraperitoneal organ. It's all contained within this sac. Okay? All right, now let's talk about the peritoneum in a nutshell. All right, so there's parietal peritoneum that lines the wall, the mesentery, a double membrane that goes to the visceral peritoneum, and there we have all three. And the behind the parietal peritoneum are retroperitoneal organs, and we remember that as sad pucker. And then within the visceral peritoneum, we have intraperitoneal organs, and remember all those organs as salted spurs, and that, my friends, is the peritoneum in a nutshell.
This isn't your stomach.
Anterior abdominal wall from now on.
This isn't your stomach. Your stomach is all the way up here. Instead, this is your abdomen. And in today's video, with the help of the cadavers here in the lab, we're going to discuss the anatomy of the abdominal region and help you understand exactly what you're feeling when your tummy hurts. Let's do this. Let's begin by discussing the musculoskeletal borders of the abdominal region. Now, there's a couple different ways we can actually divide up the abdomen so that we have an understanding of exactly what we're looking at. So in order to understand how we do that, though, there's a couple things we have to orient ourselves to. So obviously you can see the rib cage here, which is also going to include the sternum. So the ribs that you're looking at primarily are going to be ribs 1 through 10, and then the cartilages associated with them that are going to help attach it to the sternum. But we also have ribs 11 and 12, which are going to be down here. They just don't have those same cartilages. The next thing we have to understand is going to be the clavicles. And I know they're all the way up here, and you're probably wondering why we're discussing the clavicles in relation to the abdomen, but they will come in handy in just a moment. We're also going to take note of the vertebral column, specifically the lumbar region. And the lumbar region is made up of 5 different lumbar vertebrae, which we would say L1, L2, L3, L4, and L5. Now, we're also going to see it transitioning into the sacrum, but the sacrum is more associated with the pelvic region, which we're going to be discussing in a future video. But then on either side of the sacrum, we can see the os coxae. Os coxa just means hip bone, but it's actually made up of 3 different bones that have fused together. So this upper portion is going to be the one that's most relevant to us, and this is going to be the ilium. And we're really going to be looking at this ridge line, which is called the iliac crest. That's going to be super useful in helping to determine the borders of that abdominal region. So the first way we can kind of divide it up is the way that I learned, and it's the more simple way to do it, but we're going to see that it also comes with some issues, and it's called the 4-quadrant scheme. So to understand it, there is a line that would be going down from the midline of the body, so right through the sternum, through the xiphoid process, which is that pointy bit, and then it's going to go down to the pubic symphysis, which is what connects the 2 pubic bones of the os coxae. The next line is a transverse line that would be going right about here. It would be going right through the middle of the umbilicus, or the belly button. So what you end up with are 4 quadrants, and that's what makes up the abdominal region. So we would have a right and a left upper quadrant, and then a right and left lower quadrant. And for me, when teaching basic anatomy, I find that to be sufficient to help kind of describe to my students the locations of the various structures inside of it. But from a clinical perspective, it's actually pretty insufficient. And that's where we then move into the 9 regions scheme. The 9 region scheme is a little more complicated. So what we're going to do, this is where the clavicles come in handy. We're going to go all the way up to the clavicles and find the exact middle of it. And then we would draw an imaginary line going straight down, and it would go through a piece of soft tissue that is obviously absent here on Jeffrey, which is called the inguinal ligament. So if we had a line going from the middle of the clavicle down to the middle of the inguinal ligament, that is called the midclavicular line. And there would be a right and left midclavicular line. The next line is actually called the intertubercular line, and that is a line that goes from the tubercle of the iliac crest. So now we're getting back to this ridge line that I discussed earlier. There's kind of a bump on the side here. If we had a line that was going across and through the vertebral body, this going to be the body, the vertebral body here, and going to the other tubercle, that is that intertubercular line. Then this is where there's a little bit of variability depending on who you ask. The next line we could draw would be another horizontal line that would be going just below the 10th cartilage here. And that is called the subcostal line. But there's another line we could also draw that was just above it called the transpyloric line. So what would be right here is the stomach. And at the end of the stomach is something called the pylorus. And if we had a line going straight through the pylorus, that's that transpyloric line. So either you could use either the subcostal or that transpyloric line. Some people will use both lines to just help further subdivide it, but it really just kind of depends on who's teaching it. But by having those lines, so again, we have the 2 midclavicular lines, and then we have that intertubercular line, then we have the subcostal line and that transpyloric line. Let's just say by doing that, you then end up with 9 regions in which we can divide the abdomen. So if we start by just going right down the middle, up here is what's known as the epigastric region. Then right below it would be that umbilical region. This is again where you'd find the belly button. And then below that, that's where we'd find the hypogastric region. If we come up here, this is where we have the right and left hypochondriac regions. Then on either side of the umbilical region is where we'd have the right and left lateral or right and left lumbar regions, which makes sense because they are associated with the lumbar vertebrae. And then if we came down here, we'd have the right and left inguinal regions. Now, the reason why this 9 region scheme is more useful from a clinical perspective is because it helps you dial in where someone might be feeling pain or referred pain patterns. So if the clinician was palpating this area here and the patient was presenting with pain, that is known as epigastric pain, and that typically is going to align with a few different conditions, and so that's very helpful from a diagnostic perspective. And then one that a lot of people understand is if you have pain down here in the right inguinal region, well, that strongly correlates to appendicitis. So further subdividing it is helpful from a clinical perspective. But again, going back, if we're just teaching basic anatomy, I personally find that 4-quadrant scheme to be adequate to help understand where the anatomy is. But let's now go ahead and look inside the cadavers and see the anatomy of the abdominal cavity. But real quick, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, KenHub. KenHub is an online platform that brings together multiple effective learning tools to help. The quizzes come in multiple below, and they'll give our audience a 10% discount on KenHub Premium. Seriously, if you're looking to actually learn your anatomy, KenHub is the place to go. Again, that link is in the description below. Now, before we discuss the internal anatomy of the abdomen, let's first orient ourselves to the muscular wall of the abdomen. Now, first and foremost, what you're looking at here is going to be the umbilicus or the belly button. Now, the reason why we left it here is to give you just an idea of the depth between the skin and the muscles. Now, if you remember what we were talking about with the quadrant anatomy, we had that line going down the midline, which would go through the umbilicus and go down towards the pubis. And then we had another line that would be going transversely through the umbilicus. And so that would create those 4 quadrants. So this also is just helping to orient us to what we are looking at here. But the muscle the first muscle I want to discuss is going to be the rectus abdominis. And we can see part of it here. The rest of it is going to be enveloped in soft tissue, which is known as the rectus sheath. But the rectus abdominis is a paired strap muscle. So there's going to be different components to it, different segments to it on either side of the umbilicus. And these are strap muscles. And what they do is they flex the lumbar vertebral column. So you can think of it like doing a crunch. This is going to form the anterior wall of the abdomen. And running down the center of it is what's known as the linea alba. It just means white line. Now, there is another muscle that is absent on this particular donor that would be in this region here called the pyramidalis. Now, pyramidalis is actually going to put tension on the linea alba, but it's missing in around 20% of the population, and that means that this particular donor is part of that 20%. But it's a very small muscle that is pyramid-shaped that puts pressure on that linea alba. So that will also help form the anterior wall. Now, to form the lateral wall, what we're going to do is I'm going to move this a bit so we can see these muscles here. So this is a small portion of what's known as the external oblique. And it's a pretty massive muscle that will wrap around all the way up onto the thoracic cavity. We can see part of it right here. But you'll notice that its fibers are going towards the midline. This, when it contracts unilaterally, is going to help twist the body. But if it contracts bilaterally, it will work with rectus abdominis to help flex that lumbar vertebral column. But what's cool is it's it's part of a layered system, and I can flip this over. And what you'll notice, so if you look very closely, you can see fibers again going towards the midline. Now they're going away from the midline. And this is going to be the internal oblique. Its fibers are perpendicular to the external oblique. But what's interesting is both of them, including the one that's going to be underneath that we'll discuss in a moment called transversus abdominis, will turn into a tendon, and that tendon is the sheet. It forms what's called an aponeurosis that will then envelop the rectus abdominis, creating that rectus sheath. So all this white tissue here is actually tendon from the lateral abdominal body wall that is just enveloping that rectus abdominis. But to go back to that transversus abdominis, so this one, there's only a small bit that we can see here on this particular dissection, but the fibers are going in the transverse plane. So when transversus abdominis contracts bilaterally, so both sides at the same time, it compresses the abdomen, which is essential for just overall integrity and just stability of this region. But if it contracts unilaterally, it can help twist the body. But on the same plane as transversus abdominis, but if we wrapped all the way around to the back, which unfortunately we cannot see in this particular dissection, is called the quadratus lumborum. And the quadratus lumborum is the true back wall of the abdomen. And I say true back because there are going to be 2 other muscles we'll discuss shortly that are more internal that some may consider to be part of that wall, but I don't personally do that. But quadratus lumborum is going to help just, again, keep with stability. It's going to help do some lateral flexion, but it is going to be that back wall. So let's now go ahead and remove what we call the chest plate, but also includes the anterior wall of the abdomen. And as I do that and slide this out of frame of the camera, we can now see many of the different organs and structures of the abdominal cavity. Now, what separates the abdominal cavity from the thoracic cavity is going to be this skeletal muscle here called the diaphragm. And diaphragm actually translates to fence or partition. And it rests on top of this massive organ here called the liver. But this is just a literal divider between the abdominal cavity and the thoracic cavity. But it's obviously going to be essential for breathing, but that is part of the respiratory system. But this forms the upper border of that abdominal cavity. what we also need to understand is there is tissue that lines both the organs and the internal wall of the abdominal cavity. So if I bring back this chest plate, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to reflect it over so we can see the inside of it. Now, this is rectus abdominis, and rectus abdominis is encompassed again in that rectus sheath, but it's also going to be coated on the internal surface with what's known as the parietal peritoneum. The peritoneum is going to be a serous tissue that is a lubricating tissue. So it secretes a fluid that is highly lubricating that is going to be very essential for all of the digestive processes. But the parietal peritoneum is going to line the entire, well, not the entire, but the vast majority of that abdominal cavity. So if I pull this again out of frame, that allows us to see in here. And then we have to discuss what's called the visceral peritoneum. So this is the small intestine, and coating the small intestine is going to be peritoneum that'll fully encompass it. So visceral is just in reference to the guts. So you're going to have visceral peritoneum that covers all of these intestines, as well as the liver and many of the different structures inside of here. Now, there's also what are called reflections of peritoneum, and this is one example of that. This is called the greater omentum. Now, the greater omentum is basically just peritoneum that is folded on top of itself, right? So it'd be folded on top of the peritoneum that would be coating the small intestine. Now, if I pull or reflect this liver back, you can see the stomach. And the greater omentum would normally be connected to the greater curvature of the stomach. We just dissected that away, which allows us to see some of the other structures. But this is an example of a peritoneal reflection. There's also a lesser omentum and a couple of other structures that we can't really see here. Another thing we have to understand, if I go ahead and reflect this greater omentum back, and then we can see the small intestine, so I'm going to move those out of the way, we can see more of the peritoneum here. There's also what are known as intraperitoneal and retroperitoneal structures. So the small intestine are an example of intraperitoneal structures. That means they're just fully encompassed in peritoneum. But there are other structures, such as the kidneys, which I'm actually touching a kidney right now. You just can't see it because the anterior aspect of the kidney is covered in peritoneum. This is an example of a retroperitoneal structure. Only the anterior aspect of it is touching the peritoneum. That also includes, say, the suprarenal or adrenal glands. I can pull this back, and if I move the greater omentum back, and there's the reason why we cut this away, it allowed us to then see the pancreas. The pancreas is another example of a retroperitoneal structure. Normally, this would be completely covered by, well, not completely, but mostly covered by peritoneum. But also, the duodenum is going to be retroperitoneal, or again, the vast majority of it. So there are certain structures that are just completely behind this peritoneum. And you may be wondering, well, what does the peritoneum do? The peritoneum, and you can see this really well in this greater omentum, is a great avenue for blood vessels, lymphatic vessels, as well as nerves in some cases. So it's basically just a really good way to get, blood supply and innervation to structures throughout the abdominal cavity. And that's what that peritoneum is going to be for. So let's now go ahead and discuss the various structures and organs within the abdominal cavity as they relate to that 4-quadrant and 9-region scheme. And you're going to see just how useful laying out the abdomen like that is going to be. So first, if we just look at it from that 4-quadrant scheme, which again, for me, for teaching basic anatomy, I do find that to be sufficient. If we do it like that, you can see that the liver, or at least most of the liver, is going to be in that right upper quadrant. Now, this particular liver, and I'm going to reflect the diaphragm back, is actually a little bit deformed. This particular donor, we can see some cancer that metastasized from the colon. And in fact, this is partially part of their cause of death, was going to be colon cancer that metastasized to the liver. So that does deform the liver and increase its size a bit, which means that the liver is now projecting into that left upper quadrant. But primarily, we would say that it is going to be in the right upper quadrant, as would be the gallbladder. Now, I can't show you the gallbladder because this donor had their gallbladder removed at some portion of their life. But the gallbladder is also going to be in that right upper quadrant. Then behind, we would then have the right kidney, as well as the right adrenal gland are also going to be part of that right upper quadrant. We can also see that the duodenum is going to be partially in that right upper quadrant as it's crossing over. Again, this is where you're like, some of these are not always going to line up perfectly because you have this midline going and the body didn't orient itself based on these schemes that we humans have developed. So the duodenum can also start to project more towards that left upper quadrant, but it's going to be mostly in that right upper quadrant. But it's also going to start extending into lowers. But again, just kind of depends. But that is going to be that right upper quadrant. The left upper quadrant, as I reflect the liver back, again, partially contains the liver, but also will contain the stomach. And then I can move it back and we can see the pancreas. That's this yellow tissue here. So the pancreas is interesting. It's both a digestive and an endocrine organ in the sense that it contributes pancreatic secretions to the digestive system, but also produces hormones such as insulin and glucagon. Then we have the spleen. The spleen is a really cool, interesting organ. It's partially lymphatic in nature, but it also is where red blood cells will end their life at, where it'll rip apart the red blood cells. But this is going to be in that left upper quadrant, as would be the left kidney and that left adrenal gland. Now, the greater omentum is going to be in those lower quadrants, but if we reflect that back, you can then see that the intestines are also going to be encompassing both that right and left lower quadrants. Then if we look at the large intestine, now the large intestine is going to begin here at the cecum, and the ascending colon are going to be in that right lower quadrant. But then as it goes into the transverse colon, which is coming up through here, that is where you're starting to get, and again, if we put this back normally, this is where you're like in the, you're kind of like at that border. The transverse colon can start getting in towards those upper quadrants, but it's also still kind of in the lower quadrant. So it really kind of just depends on that individual's anatomy. But that transverse colon is going to come around, and then we're going to start making our way, as I move the small intestine, into the descending colon, which is again going to be in that left lower quadrant, and then we start to go into the sigmoid. From there, it's actually going to start dipping down into the pelvic cavity. And again, we're going to discuss pelvic cavity in a future video. The pelvic cavity is going to include, the bladder, reproductive tissues, the rectum, those types of things. But that's where, again, we'll leave that for a separate day. But I also want to discuss muscles that I mentioned earlier. So if we look back here, you can see behind the peritoneum, we have the psoas major and this white line, the psoas minor. These are hip flexor muscles that I mentioned, some consider to be part of the back wall or that posterior wall of the abdomen or the abdominal cavity. Now, personally, I don't really see it that way. I just see them belonging inside of the cavity itself. Instead, quadratus lumborum being that posterior wall, but still you can see those right there. Now, there are plenty of other structures too that we can't see that are retroperitoneal, such as the aorta, that descending aorta that's going to go down, the inferior vena cava. So the aorta, which would be about right here, running along that left side of the vertebral column, is going to deliver oxygenated blood to the lower body, while the inferior vena cava, which is on the right side, heading towards the liver, as I bring this back, is going to be taking deoxygenated blood back towards the heart from that lower body. But then there's accessory blood vessels like the renal artery, renal vein. There's a lot of things that we necessarily just can't see due to the nature of this dissection. But you can see like how the 4-quadrant anatomy will help. But now if we just briefly discuss then that 9 region scheme, you can start to see how clinically that's going to make more sense. So again, like this region right here is the epigastric region. And if I reflect the liver back, you can see the stomach. So if someone is experiencing some stomach issues, say like gastritis, it makes sense that they would have epigastric pain. If we come down here, as I mentioned earlier, this is the cecum, and then we also have hanging off of it the appendix. So the appendix, if you have appendicitis, it would make sense that that is also going to possibly present with pain in this inguinal region. Now, to really quickly just touch on referred pain, it's also important to understand that these structures don't have, great innervation in terms of sending or your body processing, brain processing nociception pain, meaning that sometimes the pain can start to present in different areas when compared to their exact locations, and that's why it's called referred pain. Again, that's a whole other can of worms. Just understand that though when we start breaking down the abdominal cavity into those 9 different regions, it gets a little bit easier diagnostically to start figuring out, or at least start trying to figure out, where the pain or the issue might be. But like real briefly, if we're to say like in those hypochondriac regions, that's going to be on these right and left upper sides. That's where you're getting the spleen. That's where you're getting part of the liver. That's where you're getting part of the stomach. In that epigastric, that's where you're getting part of the duodenum, part of the pylorus, part of the stomach. In the umbilical region, this is where you're getting a lot of the greater omentum, but you're also getting transverse colon. You're going to be getting part of the small intestines. You're going to be getting a lot of the mesenteric vessels. And by the way, the mesentery is part of the peritoneum as well. This is what anchors the small intestine to the, just to the various blood vessels and to the body itself. So your small intestine isn't just hanging around. But inside of here, you're going to find a lot of blood vessels and nerves, lymphatic tissue that is all going to, there's going to be a giant network of that behind here in that umbilical region. On the lateral regions, or those lumbar regions, this is where you're finding like ascending colon as it's turning into the transverse colon, as well as, I move this to the side, descending colon as it's turning into the sigmoid colon. And then when we're getting into that hypogastric region, this is where, again, you're still having more small intestine, but then the upper portion of the bladder would kind of be pushing into this area. This is, again, part of the pelvic cavity, but still, and you're also
That's probably it for today. Gotta get ready for uni. What's the time? Yeah. Have a great day. See you next time.